Spanish league. It'll be interesting to see how he does at play. Of course, looking at a bit of team streaks. Well, Canada haven't lost in their last 9. 3 wins and 6 draws in that time. Last time they tasted defeat for Jesse March was in October 2025. A 1-0 loss to Australia. Qatar, other end really. No wins in 7. 3 draws and 4 losses. Their last win was in qualifying in a similar month, October 2025, in a win against the UAE. As I said earlier, both teams are looking for their first ever victory in this tournament. Canada first participated in 1986, and also the first time they've ever made it to back-to-back tournaments, as well as they participated in the last one, but in all 6 games. Of course, the first game a few days ago. They have yet to pick up a point. They did in that 1-0 draw against Bosnia. For Qatar, very kind of similar. Second ever World Cup appearance. Of course, they hosted the 2022 edition. First time through qualifying, though. They did lose all 3 group games in 2022. Scored only 1 goal. That was in a 3-1 loss to Senegal with a Muntari strike. And very similar to Canada, kind of the theme of the history, picked up their first World Cup point in a 1-1 draw against the Swiss. Both sides looking for the first ever win in this tournament. In the first half, it looks like it will be Canada to get us underway. They'll be going from left to right, whereas Qatar in all white versus all black. It will be Qatar right to left, but it will be the Canucks to get us underway. Jesse March's side being in charge as the USA coach since May 2024, over 2 years in charge. 33 games, 15 wins, 10 draws and 8 losses for the former Leeds United, Leipzig and Salzburg boss. Looking to pick up first 3 points in history for Canada this evening. We are underway. Canada with a fast start, trying to loop the ball long, but gets it all wrong. And it'll be a throw-in early on for Qatar on the right-hand side, halfway into their own half. Of course, Julian Lopetegui, the boss of the Maroons, 59-year-old Spanish boss. He's been in charge just over a year. May 2025 is when he took charge of his first game. 14 games in, 2 wins, 5 draws and 7 losses. As here they come down the left-hand side. A good opportunity for a Thief. Ball into the box. It's going to be a great start. Stretching for the ball there was Ed Milson Jr. He's one to watch this afternoon. Just couldn't get there. And that was something for Canada to be a little bit wary of down that left-hand side. Akram Afif trying to find his right-hand sided winger. What a goal that would have been. What a time as well. As now Canada look to maybe get some control in the game. It was very early on, as I've already said, but another goal would go a long way. David out to the right hand side. That's a nice pass to Buchanan. Ball into the box. It finds Larin. Heavy touch. Cleared away at the back there by Miguel. All the way into the Canada half and goes all the way back to the keeper. Looks for options in Cornelius and Fougarals. Plays it short. It's been given space to drive forward here. Nice ball into the feet of Kane. Out to the right side to Buchanan. Tries to put an early ball into the box. Doesn't work. Alistair Johnston takes this quick throw-in. Both teams do play quite a heavy possession style of play. It'll be interesting to see how it does go. Of course, a sea of both supporters in the stands. Buchanan down the right hand side, gets down the byline, puts the ball into the box just over Jonathan David. Can he keep it in play? Yes, he can. Ali Ahmed to Larea. Now Ahmed's got a chance on the left hand side. Ball into the box. David keeps it in play, but well defended there from Miguel. Just gets his body in the way. Fantastic defending. Al Aye as well was there, the right back, just to get in the way. Helped out Pedro Miguel there. Sees it out for a goal kick. As I said, of course, just a few hours ago, less than an hour ago, there was the other Group B game as well, involving Switzerland and Bosnia. And with the Swiss picking up an impressive victory, it's important as they're now undefeated. 4-1 victory against Bosnia for one of these sides. If they can pick up 3 points, kind of vital. As Canada have it at the back still. Cornelius impressed there for a moment by Durisag. Nice pass from Kone out to the left to Larea, who's driving forward as well. Gets past his man, still going down the left-hand side all the way into the penalty area. As he brought down, referee says no. Ahmed will still come away with the ball. Floats one into the back sticks, just over Buchanan. Johnston will keep it in play. That was a great run though from Richie Larea. Johnston looks to fizz one down the right-hand side. Gets it back though. Ahmed on the left-hand side. Can he find a ball into the box? Goes back instead to Kone. He'll put one into the box. Gets it all wrong, unfortunately. More of the weight of the pass to Buchanan, where he was looking for the run of David here. Johnston there's watching back a replay from the referee's view. Always a good insight when you can see things like that. So it will be a goal kick for Qatar into the 5th minute of the game. A warm welcome if you are joining. Unofficial independent off-tube studio commentary on this Group B clash at the Vancouver Stadium. One of the three hosts, Canada, looking to get their first 3 points of the tournament. The first 3 points ever in this tournament. And a similar stature for Qatar as well. It's at the back with Abonada, the goalkeeper. He's pressed down by Lauren, and then he does go long. Looking for Durisag. Bit of head tennis in the middle. Laye comes away with the ball. Tries to drive forward. It's a good tackle, and it's played quickly into Larin, but that's an even better tackle from Maribo. Tries to play it quickly down the right-hand side for Junior, intercepted by Kone. Swings it out to the left-hand side to Ahmed. Into his skipper, Estequio. Makes his way to Buchanan on the right-hand side. They've got 2 tricky wingers in Canada. Buchanan cuts inside. Finds the overlapping run of Johnston, ball into the box, and it'll be the first corner of the afternoon. Once again, just watching that run by Larea down the left-hand side. It came down in the penalty box. It was more of a shoulder to shoulder, more of a coming together. I don't think it's ever a penalty. Canada have started this game very well. They're on top. Qatar have had maybe the best half chance, if you will. The ball from the left-hand side from Afif into Junior. This will be a corner coming in, an outswinger from Ahmed. It's a poor delivery. Doesn't beat the first man, but it's only headed back towards where it came from. That's a much better delivery into the back post. Strike comes in, saved at the front post by Abonada. What a strike from Jonathan David on the volley. Just tried to guide it in with the inside of his right boot. What a strike that would have been. That was a much better cross from Ali Ahmed. It wasn't the corner you will have wanted, but my word, that was a peach of a cross on the right hand side. Kone, really good start here for Canada, looking confident. David back to Kone, looks for a 1-2. Come away with it, and Pedro Miguel, he's had a good start defensively to the game as well. It has to be said, wins the ball, tries to lump it long to get it out of the Qatar half. He does that. It only falls for Cornelius, and Canada get the ball back once again. To the feet of Kone, as that's a pass that he's trying to pick out Julian Lopetegui on the sidelines. Gives us a chance, as it will be a throw-in for Qatar. To watch back this strike, it's a fantastic ball into the back post, and David, I think, it does as well as he can to connect with that ball coming up for such a height, and he does well to just try and guide it. As I say, he's not trying to overhit it, not trying to put too much force through it, just trying to get a good connection. He does that, forces a good save out of Abonada from that goal kick. Nothing comes of it though, and now here come Canada once again. They've got the bit in the teeth. Left hand side, David finds a ball into the box, cleared up into the Vancouver sky by Miguel. They've had tennis in the middle there. Poor pass from Leahy. Canada pick it up in the middle with Johnston. At the moment, the wing is staying really high and wide. They've won it in the middle there of Qatar. Quick ball, looking for the run of Abdurizak. He gets on the end of it. Still driving forward into a thief. And that's going to be a foul. A late one there by Cornelius. And it might even be a yellow card. A thief too quick for him. There will be a yellow card for the Canada central defender. Lovely play from Abdurizak to get away from his man, the player, into a thief. And he's just too quick. Is a winger for Cornelius, and the first yellow card of the game inside 9 minutes. It goes away off Derek Cornelius, the Canada central defender. So a really good opportunity now for Qatar. In the left-hander half space, might maybe be an awkward one, unfortunately, where it's still a little bit too close to maybe really whip a ball into the box of a high delivery. High quality. Might even go for goal. We'll have to see who is the taker for the Maroons. Keeper is set, the wall is set. They might still deliver it into the box. Looks like it will be the skipper, Kauki. It will go for goal. Off of the wall did its job. Might have still been going off target, but it was kind of straight at the wall from the skipper. So I'll play for a corner for Qatar. It's the second of the game, it's their first. Looks like it'll be an in-swinger on the left-hand side, the near side for Akram Afif to take. Into the box it goes. Again, very similar to Ahmed's really poor delivery there from Afif. It's cleared all the way back. It goes basically from one box to the other. It's all the way back to the keeper, Abonada. That's not a great clearance. Great high press from Canada being shown. That's last off of Buchanan though. And the Canada wideman will have to settle for his side, losing possession. But this is a fantastic start so far. Canada looking confident. Qatar looking to just maybe weather the storm of the Canucks. They've won it in the middle. Ball swung out to the right hand side to Junior. He's got a 1-on-1 against Larea. Decides to go back though to Abdul Salam. And all the way back to Pedro Miguel. And Qatar, look, they're very much a heavy possession side as well. Afif 1-2 with his full back. Into the middle it goes. And Qatar still keep a hold of the ball. Moribo for the run there of Junior, but Qatar will keep possession. Canada not letting Qatar have any seconds on the ball really. As soon as they're in possession, there's someone hounding them down in their face. Ball switched from right to left. Johnston with a header away and out. Or a Qatar throwing on the left hand side. Al Amin to take the left back. To a thief, looking for a 1-2, but well defended from Buchanan. He wins a free kick as well. Fantastic pressing to win the ball, and he gets a round of applause from Jesse Marsh as well. He's got a lot to prove, you'd have to say. Had a great stint at Salzburg, didn't go his way. He made the move through the ranks, if you will, to Leipzig, and then this time at Leeds United. A lot more downs than ups, but never really gained momentum, and one of the main reasons they were relegated out of England's top flight. Perhaps he wasn't the one that took them down technically, but was one of the main architects of the downfall of the Whites. But as they're now flying back in England's top division, maybe a lot of Leeds United fans watching this afternoon to see how their former boss is getting on, if you will. Ball forward from Qatar on the left hand side. Out of play for a throw-in. Canada pick it back up to go back to the goalkeeper. 12.5 minutes on the clock. It is Canada 0, Qatar 0. You are listening, a warm welcome. It's unofficial, independent, off-tube studio commentary of all the action in the Vancouver Stadium. Second game of Group B between these two sides. Buchanan, lovely quick feet to get away from his man. 1-2 with Jonathan Davies. Will he keep it in play? No, he won't. We'll go out for a throw-in. David's looking to link up though. Larry more of that out-and-out real number 9. David being given more of a licence to float, get involved with it. So left-hand side or the right-hand side. Everyone is in the Qatar half, of course, bar the Canada goalie. Cornelius on a yellow card as well. Larry into Ahmed on the left-hand side. Canada patient in their build-up. Kone, that's intercepted. Well won though from Figuerelas. Qatar are sitting a little bit back in that mid to low block, looking to frustrate Canada. Johnston, swiftly to Buchanan on the right-hand side. Edge of the area to Kone, looking for a 1-2, looking for that quick 1-2 passing. Really up in the tempo whenever they can. Canada. Buchanan turns his man there as he brought down. Yes, he is. Pull of the jersey there by Al Amin. The Buchanan, the Canadian winger, is asking for his not a yellow card. It's a pull of the jersey. I turned my man. That was really good play. Just having a clip of the heels to boot as well. Really wide, almost on the byline on the right-hand side here for Canada. Opportunity to swing one in. At the moment, looking like they've got the options of Ahmed as well as Kone, but Kone does leave it for Ahmed, so he's quite clearly set piece duty extraordinaire for Canada. He's taken all the corners. He'll take this free kick as well. Be a right footer, so it will be almost outswinger-esque on the right-hand side. But that great delivery in for Jonathan David's strike. Can he find one here? It's a decent one into the box, cleared away. Only to the edge of the area, strike comes and it's blocked away. Al Amin will try and keep it in. He does ever so well to do just that. He's stuck in his own corner though. Jonathan David's pressing him down, and he does so well. And then he just loses his footing, and it goes out of play for a corner for Canada. Once again, Ahmed will come over. It's once again on the near side. So it'll be an outswinger from the right-footed Ali Ahmed. The corner last time was ever so underwhelming. Not even getting past the first man. But it was nodded back to him. Good header away from Miguel. Then he put that wicked delivery of a crossing. Ahmed. So once again, poor corner. Doesn't beat the first man. Not as far as Kone, but back out to Ahmed once again. Cuts inside Johnston, looking for a 1-2. It said Johnston's going to go down the byline. Dinks a ball into the box, finds a teammate, strikes straight at the goalie, but it's tapped in on the rebound. And Canada, Kyle Larin with his second goal at this tournament. The goalkeeper, it was a great strike in the box. It was straight at him, but with such power, such venom. It's a lovely ball into the box. Great play down the right-hand side from Alistair Johnston. And Larin, right place, right time for the man who had a great second half of the season on loan at Southampton. And he's got himself a back-to-back games with back-to-back goals. A 31-year-old on loan, of course, from Mallorca. I believe it has been even made permanent. He's moved to Southampton. I thought he was excellent in the second half of the season for the Saints. Alistair Johnson, it's a ball into the box at the back post. It's a lovely strike as well, it has to be said, from Jonathan David, just finding pockets of space. And the keeper spills it after making a great save. But Kyle Larin, as I say, right place, right time. On the 6'2", number 9, and Jesse March's side, they've made a great start. Just under 20 minutes on the clock, and they do deserve the lead. Being intensive, being fiery with the play. And on the stroke of the 16th minute, I do believe it might go down, or the 17th minute mark, Canada lead Qatar. It is Canada 1, Qatar 0. Looking at the moment, Canada picking up their first ever 3 points in this tournament. They are co-hosting along with the USA and Mexico. Now Canada, do they want to make a bit of a statement victory? Or are on the ball coming forward once again. They look hungry for a second. Buchanan down the right-hand side. Gets past his man. Looks to float the ball into the box. It's cleared away. Great play on the right-hand side. It reminds me very old school-esque. Does this Canada tactics formation 4-4-2. Full-backs overlapping. The two defensive midfielders in Coney and the skipper, Ustakio, kind of just holding, but they are getting forward. Two strikers in the box, wingers who take on their men and put balls into the box. Corners taken quickly, but it's won by a thief. It's a heavy touch, but Laia will come away with it. Been very impressed by this Canadian performance so far. It's one of them where sometimes I think the 4-4-2 is very simple, but when it's performed very, very well, it's always a joy to watch almost. It's Canada now just slow things down. They've got a 1-0 lead. I am sure they would adore to go 2-0 up. But now it's about, we've got that one goal, we've got the lead, ball over the top. Buchanan, can he get there? And we can't, just stretching. And it will go out for a Qatar goal kick. 19 minutes on the clock, of course. We're only realistically, definitely less than 5 minutes or so, if you will, away from the ever so loved at this tournament hydration break. I think it will come at a great time for Qatar. I think maybe even Canada might be thinking, as Larin pressing down the goalkeeper there, I think Canada will be thinking, could we get a second before the hydration break, because we don't want to stop in this game. We want to continue. What you would say as well is perhaps so with this great start, this high intense start, that can Canada keep it up for the entire game? That'll be the question. Poor clearance. Johnston picks it up. Is he brought down there? Yes, says the referee. And Qatar are not happy about that one. I'm not sure as to why. It looked like a foul all day long there. That's to be said from Abderissag. Clips the heels of Johnston. I don't know what the maybe frustration of the performance so far hasn't gone their way. To say it's not a foul though, it's not a stretch, it's wrong. That was definitely a foul. It was a clip of the heels. It's great play from Johnson. He's been fantastic down the right hand side, I do have to say. So now another free kick for Canada. The set pieces deliveries have been very poor for the hosts, but the in play crosses have been absolutely superb. So if they can change that, who knows what they can do. Once again, Ahmed on the right hand side to swing one, and it's a good delivery to the back post. Heads go up, and it is wide off the head of Cornelius. There's so many black jerseys just at that back sticks there. Looking at on the Canada bench, Alfonso Davies. There is a Canada. There's not a Canada player down. I thought there was a Canada and Qatar player down. There is this skipper Kauki who is down. Looks like he might have caught a head injury or a head knock due to a collision with perhaps even Cornelius. Watching it back, looks like, oh, it does, it's nasty head injury there, head collision. He will be seeking some treatment, and I do believe, unless the players are just making their own way to the dugout, let's wait for full confirmation. I do believe that we are preparing for a hydration break. Just waiting for the official confirmation of the hydration break. But it is a warm welcome if you are joining. Just over 22 minutes played at the Vancouver Stadium. What a start it has been for Qatar. They have been absolutely superbly defensive, but Canada, they have been rocking and rolling in a forward sense. They've been brilliant, and Canada do lead 1-0 thanks to a Carl Larin at 17th minute strike. So the question, where do we go from here? As with what be hydration break, at least for now. The referee gets us back underway. Goal kick for Qatar. They're on the ball. Canada 1, Qatar 0. Official independent off-tube studio commentary over this Group B clash. And one of the co-hosts at the moment looking for their first 3 points of the tournament. Also, USA got off to a great start against Paraguay. Mexico won their opening game as well. So they'll be playing in action in just a few hours as well. Canada looking to join them as co-host, saying, right, well, we picked up a massive 3 points as well. Cornelius looks to play it forward. Bobbles for Madibo's right boot as he tries to clear it away. It's taken quickly by Cornelius. To Johnston, who's been overlapping. This time he's a bit more central and forming a back 3 for the moment. Cornelius. Into feet of Ahmed. On the left-hand side, very wide of the wingers for Canada, stretching the play. Great interception there in the middle. Into the feet of Corney. Plays it forward. Never going to get there, unfortunately, was Ahmed. Just poking it forward, did Corney. Way too much on that. And out of play for a Qatar goal kick. I do believe, though, that yes, it will. That will signal the hydration break. So it is a one welcome if you're joining. You won't be missing anything for the next 2 to 3 minutes, give or take, of this unofficial independent off-tube studio English audio commentary on the action from the Vancouver Stadium. It is a hydration break. It is Canada 1, Qatar 0. At the moment they go level at the top of Group B, of course, with Switzerland. Better goal difference, of course, for the Swiss following that big victory 4-1 against Bosnia in the previous game of this tournament. As both teams take on hydration, as both teams get some tactical tweaks from the bosses. It was a lovely start for Canada this opening 20 minutes. I think maybe Jesse March is saying, what you're doing is brilliant. Can we just keep it up? Could we go get a second? A replay of the goal. There's a great chance earlier for Jonathan David where Ahmed put a great ball into the box, a wicked delivery. And it was on the volley. And he put it at the goalkeeper's near post. Great save this time for the goal. It fell for David on the half volley. Again, he doesn't maybe direct it as well as he could have, but my word was he gets some power, pace and precision on the actual shot. Where it goes to goal is a completely different story. It is straight at the goalkeeper, Mahmoud Abunad. But I think because of the power and the pace, and it is high into the goal, he saves it well, but he saves it and he tries to save it then catch it at the same time. You see a lot of goalkeepers do that with powerful shots. As he tries to catch it, it bundles out of his reach, and Kyle Larin is there to tap it home. Right place, right time. I said it's his second goal at this tournament, of course. Coming off the bench to score that equaliser against Bosnia. Only played 14 minutes, but he got a goal. Kind of maybe to Jesse March proved why he should be starting. I'd also say they've made 2 changes coming into this game. They did Canucks, and that was Larin and Ahmed coming in for Miller, as well as Olu Owasi. And at the moment, it's working absolute treat. Ahmed's been absolutely fantastic. So Larin back-to-back games with back-to-back goals. It's his 32nd goal for his national side after, again, it was only half a season in the second division of English football, but 9 goals in all comps for the Saints. An impressive return, it has to be said. After not really finding his feet in most places, played a lot in Turkey, and that stint in Spain as well. Spent the first half of the season on loan in the Netherlands. Kind of has found a home with the Saints. We are back underway. It's Canada 1, Qatar 0. We'll have to see what will that hydration break bring as Canada come forward. Ball into the box for Ahmed, just a little bit behind Larin there. FIFA will pick it up, but he's been hounded by Johnson. Great play from the Canada for right back as he wins the ball back. He just clipped and brought down there. I think the referee's going to say yes, he is. About halfway, very centrally into the Qatar half. Again, at the moment, they're just getting to those second balls. Canada just from behind there, a foul by Abdul Salam. Quickly underway to Johnston. Buchanan on the right-hand side. To Kone. Very high up the field here in Canada, but they're looking to move it swiftly. They're not just going short for no reason. Buchanan turns inside on his left boot, goes for a strike, and Jonathan David on the volley. It is Canada with their second. What a strike from the Canada's main man, Jonathan David. What a hit that is. It was Buchanan with the quick feet cut inside on his right, back onto his left. It was a block strike, but it set it up to a T for Jonathan David to strike it home on the volley. That is no easy finish, but it is an elite one from Jonathan David. A smile on the face of Jesse Marsh. And on the half-hour mark, Canada have that second. What an important goal that might be. Is he onside? That'll be the question. He's well onside. They just let him run, but on the volley, that is hit with power, pace. Goalkeeper might get a fingertip to it, but you're not stopping that with the power that David has hit that one with. Hulan Lopetegui, his hands are in the air, but there's nothing you can do about that. And now Qatar, they've been second best, and now they're 2 goals down. 30 minutes on the clock. Unofficial independent off-tube studio commentary of this Group B, a clash at the Vancouver Stadium. And Canada have that 2-goal buffer now. Qatar, they've got to open up. Canada, I think it can just be a bit at ease that they've put a lot into this first half, a lot of energy, a lot of intensity. And when you've just got that 1-goal lead, you're always on the edge of, do you want to go for that second? The longer the game goes, the more worrying it might get to a degree of that risk versus reward. When you have that 2-goal buffer, my word, do you now just sit and go, we can sit back a little bit, we can save our energy for later in the game. And now it's up to Qatar, and you don't want to let Qatar get momentum, because if they get a goal and they have momentum, it's on their side to go and equalise. But Canada, I think they want to go for a third, and it's a ball over the top here. Buchanan's in. Is he brought down there? All eyes on the referee, and Canada get the penalty. They can get 2 quick-fire goals. It's a yellow card for Al Amin, and this is going from bad to worse for the Maroons. Ball in behind Buchanan. Just a bit of a maybe shoulder in the back of Buchanan. It is a perhaps soft-looking penalty, but their ones are always going to be given. It's a lovely ball over the top in the middle from Kone. It's just the pace. They've not been able to deal with either the wide men of Buchanan or Ahmed. And then the 2 up top of David and Lauren have been superb so far as a partnership. And it's a little push in the back, but I can also imagine when Buchanan is running at the pace and the power that you have, any little clip, it's also maybe a clip of the heels, watching it back from a better angle there, as Jesse Marsh celebrating the penalty as if they've scored and made it 3-0. Of course, I'm sure it might be checked, as everything is checked these days, rightfully so. Kyle Larin made it 1-0. Jonathan David made it 2-0. There is a VAR check on the penalty, so we'll have to wait and see. But it is Jonathan David who has a hold of the ball. The 26-year-old, apologies, coming into this game, making his 80th appearance for the Canucks. Grabbed his 40th goal with that beauty of a volley. And now he's looking to grab a brace, on for a hat-trick possibly. Kyle Larin got the opener, that was his second goal of this tournament. Now Jonathan David perhaps might get a brace, and that might be his second at the tournament. VAR is complete. It's a red card for Haman Al Amin, the left back for Qatar. Decision over versus the referee originally gave a yellow card. A red card has been given, and more importantly, the penalty has been taken away. The contact was outside the area VAR have reviewed, so it is a red card. So instead of it being a yellow card and a penalty, it is a red card for the number 14 for Qatar, and it is a free kick right outside the area, 18-yard box. We're talking 19, 20 yards outside the area. So Qatar, yes, it's not going to be a penalty. Maybe you would be happy with that and go, right, all good decision. Then you see the referee, Christian Garay, the Chilean, take that yellow card away, get the red card out. I don't know which you'd rather have. 2-0 down and a penalty to take, or 2-0 down and a red card with that free kick. So still in a great position here for Canada to make it 3-0. So unfortunately, I was hyping up there that Jonathan David looking for his second. He might take the free kick, who knows, but he won't get a chance from the penalty spot, at least just yet. 35 minutes on the clock. Warm welcome if you are joining us. Unofficial independent off-tube studio commentary. All the action from Group B clash. Canada against Qatar. It's Canada 2, Qatar 0. Qatar down to 10 men. And a dangerous free kick here on the edge of the area for Canada. Stepping up to take it is Ahmed, and he puts it wide over the bar into the Vancouver Stadium stands. Fortunately, it's one of them where, yes, great position right on the edge of the area. So getting it up and over the wall is a very, very awkward thing. So, well, it's never going to be easy. But now Qatar, it is a real mountain to climb, especially with that man sent off. They've not made a substitute. I don't know if maybe Julian Lopetegui would make a change, take a midfielder or a forward off, and maybe a midfielder slotting at left back. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Of course, the opener came from the right-hand side with Johnston putting a ball into the box. David's strike was met on the rebound by Kyle Larin. I think if I'm Canada, I want to get that ball out to the right-hand side quickly and see what they're all about defensively. As they lose the ball in the middle, Qatar win it. Afif looking to go down the byline. Buchanan and Johnston double up on him, and he doesn't have his full back there. There's the Qatar winger. He does well to win a throw-in though, but you can just see they've got the bit about them, haven't they, Canada? I think they did against Bosnia as well. Don't want to take that away, but just look like this is we need 3 points here, and goal difference could be absolutely massive. Perhaps that's something on their mind as well, as they're winning in the middle. It's a poor throw in there, driving forward here down the right hand side corner. He's got an overlapping run, ball into the box, cleared away out for a throw-in off of Issa Igea. Throw-in taken quickly into Buchanan, ball fizzed into the area, it's cleared away at source. His father as Cornelius. This could be a long, long game now for Qatar. Out to the right-hand side for Buchanan. Quick step overs past his man, great play. Ball into the box, it's headed away by Kauki, the skipper. Once again though, Canada keeping this high pressure on the Qatar backline. Out to Ahmed on the left-hand side. Ball into the box, finds a man. And Buchanan's at the back post, and it's cleared off the line. Unfortunately, Buchanan was stretching to get there, and it's Akram Afif, the left winger, who's getting back. He's almost after doing double duty of being a winger and a fullback. Throwing's taken quickly, nodded on by Buchanan, but only into the arms of Abanada. And Canada, they are looking to go for it. Of course, perhaps the 4-1 victory of Switzerland's on their mind. That's 3 goals that Switzerland are better off. If we could perhaps win by 3 goals or more, that would put us atop of Group B. That's something for Canada maybe in the back of their mind, especially with that red card. 2-0 up, they're pressing high up here, inside the Qatar box. Larin's there. It is cleared away. Cornelius, is that a foul? Yes, it is. Qatar look to take it quickly. And they're going to come forward down this left-hand side. Afif again, basically, he's a left wing back, he's a left back, he's a left winger. He is at the left-hand side of Qatar, and that's a poor pass from Afif, but bailed out there by Madiba, sitting just in front of that defence. If anything, at the moment, I should say, they're more playing with a back three, with Isalea, the number 4, playing alongside Kauki and Miguel, almost as a back three, if you will. As that should be a foul against Johnston. It's not, but the throw-in will be given anyway. So Canada will keep a hold of the ball. Watching this back, it's a great ball across the face of goal. Goes for Everton Buchanan. He's just stretching. I mean, it's fantastic play from Afif, just getting back on the line. He could have gone for the ball, and instead he went, I can't get there, but I can get on the line. And it's not a clean strike from Buchanan because he is stretching to get there. But if Afif doesn't have it in the back of the mind that I'm going to get on the line here and clear it, it would have been 3-0. And if the game is perhaps already very much over, 3-0 really finishes it off, doesn't it? Canada still coming forward. Buchanan down the right hand side. He's had a great first half, along with every player for Canada. Ball into the box, fizzed into the feet of David. Strike is blocked and over the bar. It was one of them where it takes that wicked deflection, it's blocked away, it nearly looped over the keeper into the back of the net. Looped over the net though instead. And out for a corner kick. Looking like they will make a substitution now, and it will be the striker who is sacrificed, if you will, Yusuf Abdurisag. He's coming off the field of play. Lopetegui saying to him, look, sorry, you're the striker, I have to take you off. Al Brake is on as well in place of him. So now it looks like it'll just be more of maybe a 4-3-2 possibly. We'll have to wait and see how that does play out. Well, it is the 30-year-old who plays his football for Al Dubai. Will be an in-swinger here for Canada, looking for a third. Still in the penalty box, Buchanan puts it on a plate for Kone. Strike is blocked away. Trying to pass it in the back of the net. If he would have gone with his laces, might have been able to get it more of a low-driven effort. But the linesman's flag is up, so I do believe he for a foul on possibly an offside was there. So it will be a chance for Qatar just to slow things down, if you will. They really need it. I said when it was 1-0 they need a hydration break. Canada scored their second 5 minutes later, just before the half-hour mark. And now they could really do with half-time. Canada, they can smell blood at the moment. And they want to attack, they want to get a third. Less than 5 minutes to go, we're into the 41st minute. At least less than 5 to go, I should say, of the allotted 45. We've had, of course, stoppages for the 2 goals. Well, a substitution now as well. Have the VAR look for the penalty that was given, then a red card. So that was maybe a minute or two of stoppage. We've had the hydration break. There could be quite easily 5 minutes of stoppage time here at the Vancouver Stadium. It is Canada 2, Qatar 0. But Canada would love and are going to try and grab a third before half-time. They're coming forward though now are the Maroons, left-hand side. Afif plays it back into more central area. They just can't get bodies forward. They don't want this to be an embarrassing afternoon, losing by 5 or more, let's just say. It's that risk versus reward. Canada, they deserve their 2-0 lead. They've been absolutely superb. They've been pushing for an opener ever since. The referee blew for the start of this game. They've been fantastic. Jesse March's side have been intense. They've been impressive. And they're coming forward with Johnston down the right hand side once again. Buchanan, he's been so tricky on that right hand side. Kone. Johnston with a nice underlapping run. He's been found. Ball into the box. He's deflected over the goal. He's out for another corner. But again, the wingers are hugging the touchline. And when they come inside, the fullback, whether it's on the right with Buchanan, on the left with Ahmed, wherever the winger goes, the full-back is going to underlap, is going to overlap. They're really finding some great spaces that they're really taking advantage of here. Canada using those overloads to greatness at the moment. Outswinger coming in from this corner. It's not it back into the back stick. Cornelius has it. Is he taken down? Referee says no. Cornelius going down as if he's been hacked on his lower leg. He is still down. He's the Canada defender. I think the referee's paused place. It's been cleared away for a throw-in. Yassim Abdul Salam is having words with the referee. He's not happy. A couple of Qatar players going over. Just watching it back. No, it's not a penalty. Abdul Salam is the man involved, and what Cornelius does is he's going for the shot and he wraps his foot behind Abdul Salam, goes for the strike, kind of takes himself down. It's not a simulation, if you will. He's not pretending that he's being booted, but he's the one who clips Abdul Salam. If anything, it should be absolutely nothing. Referee gets us back underway. We've said throw-in for Canada. Moving forward once again, this right-hand side, take advantage of that early substitution due to the red card. Buchanan still driving forward. Larin into the box. Strike comes in. It's blocked away. It's not cleared well. It's cleared to the other side of the penalty box. That's a better clearance from Miguel that time. And Canada's just how they're playing, getting players to dribble. They've got some great dribblers in Ahmed and Buchanan. Two wingers have been top tier so far this afternoon. Corney on the left hand side into Cornelius. So far in this game, 12 attempts for Canada, 5 on target, 2 for Qatar, none on target. And here they come again. Now the hosts. Well defended that time though from the duo of Al Awi and Miguel. Qatar have it in their own corner flag. That is fantastic defending, it has to be said, from Pedro Miguel. Just getting his body in the way, and you can see the two Canada players driving forward, trying to get the ball back, but cool, calm under pressure was Pedro Miguel, and wins his side a goal kick. We played 45 minutes at the Vancouver Stadium. Canada lead 2-0. That's the strikes from their two forwards in Larin and David. And Qatar down to 10 men. A penalty given for a foul by Al Amin on Buchanan. After a lovely ball from Kone. The decision was reversed. It was given originally as a penalty and a yellow card. A review from VAR says it's not a penalty, it's a foul just outside the penalty areas where the foul is committed. But that does mean it is a red card. So Qatar down to 10 men. And Canada flying 2 goals up. 6 minutes of stoppage time to go. Played about a minute of that, so 5 to go. Warm welcome if you are joining. It's been a fantastic first half of intense, attacking, intelligent football from Canada. This unofficial, independent, off-tube studio commentary of this Group B clash from the Vancouver Stadium. And Canada are coming forward once again. Ball floated into the back six. Buchanan and back across the face of goal. Headed away by Miguel and then poked. Well, I say poked, it's absolutely hacked away by Madibo. It's a great clearance, he gets it far away. With that ball into the back post, Abunada, he thought he was going out, so he kind of just followed the ball through, but Buchanan was stretching, and it's a great leap from the winger. Put it back across the face of goal. Well defended from Miguel. Again, really great IQ of where to be, right place, right time. But it's relentless from Canada as Buchanan coming forward once again. Ball into the box, strike is blocked away, and then cleared away by Abdul Salam. That man advantage now is just, I think if you're Canada, you've just got to see this game out more than anything. Canada, I do believe Kone is still down in the penalty area. Referee waved it away. Yet to see a replay. That many bodies in the box that Canada are throwing forward. But Buchanan once again getting the run at Al Brake. Johnston, that's a nice ball into the back post. Larin's too strong. Keeper saves it, but it's bundled into the back of the net. And Canada get there for Jonathan David. Well, Kyle Larin and Jonathan David almost deja vu of the first goal. One has a strike at goal. The goalkeeper fumbles it, and on the rebound, the other put it in. For the first goal, it was David's great strike on the half volley, which the keeper fumbled, and Carl Larin was there to just tap it home on the rebound. This time, too strong in the middle was Carl Larin. Great play, great cross from Alistair Johnston. The header was beautiful from Larin, powerful from the Saints forward. We'll just check to see if everyone's offside or onside, and Jonathan David just wanted it a bit more. Again, the keeper that time more saved it up into the air. Again, it's a great, I think it's, I don't think I've given the goalkeeper enough praise there. That's a fantastic save, just unfortunately can't just maybe put it out for a corner. The one thing is he puts it back into the danger area. Pedro Miguel's trying to get there, but Jonathan David, just with his studs, gets there first, taps it home, and now he does have his brace. He had that chance from the penalty that was taken away, if you will, for the free kick. But now at this tournament, Canada have strikers with 2 goals. Kyle Larin got that equaliser in the first game and got us underway here, and now David has made it 3-0 and he has his brace, and Canada, they're not done. We've hit 4 minutes of the 6 stoppage time. We might see another 30 seconds or so due to the goal celebrations, but the Vancouver Stadium is absolutely rocking. Coming down the left hand side with Ahmed, back into David. Canada still pushing maybe for a fourth. Swung out to Buchanan just inside the penalty area. Johnston and Shafiri back out to Buchanan. Johnston once again, great underlapping run. Strike comes in, saved away, and Abdul Salam hoofs it away out for a throw-in. As I said, it's absolutely rocking at the Vancouver Stadium. These fans are absolutely loving what they're seeing from Jesse March's Canucks. Buchanan, once again, he's been superb. Who hasn't for Canada in this first half? Cuts inside on his left boot. Back out to the right, Johnston getting so much space. Ball into the box, cleared away. On as far as Larrier. It's going to all the way back to Cornelius. Canada, just less than a minute of the stoppage time to go. Could they get a fourth, and in the 45 minutes go atop of Group B? Ahmed on the left hand side, back hill into Larrier. He's still going, he's the left back, great play. Canada, now they're in control, but they're moving the ball with such intensity. It's quick 1-2 passing, high tempo. Left hand side, trying to find those underlaps and overlaps, and they're doing excellently for it. Qatar trying to drive forward here as Junior. He does ever so well. He wins a throw-in for his side. Last few seconds of this first half. Canada 3, Qatar 0, and Qatar down to 10 men. A disaster of a first half for Qatar, but what a superb first half from Canada. As the throw-in comes in, and the referee Christian Garay, the Chilean, will blow for half-time. Canada have absolutely blown Qatar away here. They've been absolutely superb. Jesse March could not have asked for a better first 45, and I'm sure they'll want to continue in the second half. Kyle Larin got the scoring underway after a great strike from Jonathan David was saved, but only as far as the feet of Kyle Larin. He tapped it in. Jonathan David with a beauty on the volley, put it in the back of the net to make it 2-0, and then in stoppage time of the first half, Larin's header was saved well by Abunada, but then on the tap-in, right on the line, Jonathan David was there to grab his brace, and at half-time, it is all to do for Qatar. What a first half for the co-hosts of this tournament. Canada looking to pick up their first ever 3 points in this tournament, and they're doing it in absolute style. Half-time at the Vancouver Stadium, and it's Canada 3, Qatar 0. Join us shortly for the second half.
Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page.
Ebo being given a red card, already down to 10 men with Alameen's a red card in the first half, and the Qatar defensive midfielder, he's been sent off now. Kone looks like he is on the stretcher and he is being wheeled off the field of play, so all the best and well wishes for the midfielder. He's had a great game. Again, no one in a Canada jersey has had a bad game. He was one of the top games midfielders. And now for Canada, I think it's more about probably your teammate, 24-year-old Kone. There's his football in Italy, formerly Hornets midfielder, and played his football in Montreal in Canada originally. And Kone is taking an oxygen. He's giving a wave to the fans as he leaves on the stretcher. He was absolutely fantastic in that midfield with Stefan Estakio, the skipper. And we'll get back underway, and the tone's gone from almost a party atmosphere at the Vancouver Stadium to almost of right, where do we go from here? And I think if anything, you're looking now at the Canada players, they're almost, I think, trying to do this. Of course, they're already 3-0 up. Well, it's like, right, let's do this for our teammate. His tournament's over, and let's be quite fair, every footballer loves the world this tournament, as he's been substituted for Nathan Saliba, who plays his football in Belgium, former Montreal player as well. So that is a substitution. Ismail Kone has come off, and Nathan Saliba, he's onto the field of play. Of course, you've got to think as well, of course, Kone could be a World Cup ending injury, of course. When will he be back? All the well wishes for Kone. He was excellent this afternoon, as I say, along with every other one of his teammates. We are back underway. About a stoppage of 5 to 6 minutes, give or take. It is Canada 3, Qatar 0. Now Qatar down to 9 men. Again, wonder if Lopetegui will make a substitution and change things. It'll have to be seen. Hopefully as well, after that tackle and the red card, hopefully there's no Canada trying to get back at Qatar or anything like that. We don't want any ugly scenes. This is a party atmosphere for one of the co-hosts. They are going to make a change. Qatar, it will be Akram Afif, who unfortunately has to make way. Again, another forward. It was Durisag who made way in the first half, and now it's him who comes off Al Hussein. So down to 9 men and just trying to get defenders on the field as Lopetegui. Hassam Al Hussein is the man coming on, the 22-year-old central defender. And just imagine for Canada now, this is watching the handball back as well. It does come off the hand of Kauki, but I don't think it's anything. It looks more like he can't get his hand out of the way, it has to be said. Buchanan down the right hand side, Canada looking to quickly form an attack ball into the box, into the arms of Bernardo, the goalie. And Qatar will just love a breather. I know we had that stoppage in play, but Canada, they have been on them from minute one, it has to be said. Not giving them an inch. To say as well, I think this is tournament football, isn't it? That first game, so cagey, finding your rhythm. Of course, these players have only been together 3 weeks, less than a month. You're trying to build that chemistry, you're trying to build what your manager wants. You only get them for 2 weeks at a time, well, less, a week, just over a week at a time is the international break. So I think in the second and third games of the group, that's where you just see a little bit more of the football develop. I think you see better football being played, more on the line as well for both these sides coming into it. Of course, 3 points are absolutely massive, as once again Canada ball into the box, looking for Larin just over the head of Davy Larry. Yeah, trying to keep that in play, just too much on it. And that for a throw in though for Canada. Definitely keeping up the tempo. Quickly out to Lario on the left-hand side. It's an opportunity maybe go get that fourth top Group B for the moment. Ball into the box, deflected away off Al Awi. Again, there was that 4-1 victory by Switzerland in the previous game of this tournament, just a few hours ago now, of course. Puts them atop of a Group B. I've got to say, drew with Qatar in a 1-1 in the open, an own goal in stoppage time. So at the moment, both teams, Canada and Switzerland, on +3 goals and 4 points. It's an in-swinger from this corner. Cleared away on as far as the edge of the area, and Laria switches it back out to the right. Saliba, edge of the area again. Canada, they do try and play one-touch football, looking for those underlaps especially. Get the ball wide, look for underlapping runs. They're moving it so well this afternoon. Buchanan, ball into the box, cleared away once again. The crosses in the game are adding up. The corners in this game are adding up, and with 9 men, Qatar will do well to not concede a fourth with just under half an hour to go. Strike comes in outside the area, and it is well over the bar, but I do believe there is a late foul on the edge of the area, and the referee has given the yellow card, and it has gone the way. Sorry for full confirmation. And once again, there's a lot of pushing and shoving, and I can imagine as well that following that red card and the unfortunate break, earlier on in the second half, that any foul really that goes in, you're going to sit there and think, right, you're out to get us maybe. So it'll be a free kick on the edge of the right hand side of the penalty area. Again, it's a dangerous opportunity. David's over it. Saliba is over it as well. Could it be 4-0 here? Saliba looks like he'll be the man to take it. He does take it, and it's off the inside of the post, and it is Canada who make it 4-0. A lovely free kick from Saliba, and Canada, the man who came on for his injured teammate, and you can see the emotion on his face. He's come on and he wants to play at this tournament. Who doesn't, who's in the squad? But he's come on in these circumstances. It's not the one you want to make. But as he takes a jersey that was on the bench of Ismail Kone, lifts it up to the Vancouver Stadium, and Canada make it 4-0. A statement-making performance, it has to be said, and a 22-year-old. Beautiful free kick. It's his third ever goal for the national side. It's a lovely curling effort. It's off the inside of the post. The goalkeeper was nowhere near it, it has to be said. Set his wall up to do the damage. He can't get there off the inside of the post and into the back of the net. Might even take the slightest of deflections watching that one back. But it is Canada 4, Qatar 0, 65 minutes into this game, and Canada look hungry for more as they come forward into the 9 men of Qatar. Buchanan, ball into the back post, lifts it up back into the area, falls for Larin, brings it back to the edge. Laria, back for Larin on the left-hand side. First time he's ventured outside the penalty area, seemingly. Laria, ball into the back post, Buchanan brings it down, heavy touch. Can't find a ball back into the box. Of course, the biggest win, 6-goal difference, was Germany beating Curacao in match day 1. Qatar down to 9 men, less than half an hour to go. Canada still on the up. Could be more, could be 6-0, could be more. It could be a embarrassing afternoon at the moment for Qatar. Of course, that 4th goal does put Canada atop of Group B. 5 goals to 1, plus 4 goal difference compared to the 5 to 2 plus 3 goal difference of the Swiss. Goalkeeper Mahmoud Abonada has gone down, holding his left shoulder. So there will be a pause in play here. We're a few minutes away from the usual hydration break. So I don't believe there will be a pause in that area, if you will. The goalkeeper will just be seen to. But what a performance this has been from Canada. Brace from Jonathan David. Kyle Laring got the scoring going. And Saliba with a bending, beautiful free kick. The difference maker as well. That's it. There's a warm welcome for joining as the Mexican wave becomes the scenery at the Vancouver Stadium. It's been a party atmosphere, as I say. The fans have been absolutely excellent. I thought the roof was going to come off the Vancouver Stadium when Kyle Laring put them 1-0 up. And they've just continued to go from strength to strength, as Jesse Marsh's side have been ever impressed by this performance. How many times do you see a team go 1-0 up, sit back, no, they went 1-0 up, they want 2, they want 3, we want 4, which they've got, and they want 5, you can just feel it as well. Saliba dinks one into the back sticks, Ahmed back across the face of goal, cleared away, on out for a corner. The crosses are mounting up, the corners are mounting up. It's taken quickly into Alaye, but the referee will bring it back to be retaken. 67 minutes on the clock. Unofficial, independent, off-tube studio commentary of this Group B clash at the Vancouver Stadium. It is Canada 4, Qatar 0. Corner coming up for the Canucks. Edge of the area, Ahmed still going to Buchanan. Is it to the right hand side? Heavy touch there from Johnston. Cleared away only as far as Buchanan. Into Bombito, who has had absolutely no defensive work to do in the second half. Ball fizzed out to the feet of Ahmed there from La Yaya. And out of play for a Qatar goal kick. I don't know if that will be the pause that is needed for the official hydration break to take place. It is. It's confirmed on my screens. But what a game this has been for Canada. The only downside has been an unfortunate injury to the midfielder Ismail Kone. This will be a serious leg injury. Apart from that, it has been a terrific Thursday so far for Canada. We are just in the hydration break, so if you are joining us, warm welcome. Unofficial, independent, off-tube studio commentary. You're not missing anything at the moment. The hydration break, it's Canada 4, Qatar 0. Qatar down to 10 men after red cards from Madibo and one overturned from a yellow card into a red card from Al Amin. As Canada took the lead in the 17th minute through Kyle Laring. Lovely ball into the box from Alistair Johnston. Hit sweetly on the half volley by Jonathan David. It was right at the goalkeeper, but Abunde made a mess of it, fumbled it. You don't want to fumble into the path of a poacher. I like Kyle Laring. He made it 1-0. And then with one of the goals of the tournament for me, Buchanan outside the area, cut inside on his right boot, back to his left, goes for a strike, it's blocked away, and coming down, it must have been at least 10 foot in the air, onto the right boot of Jonathan David. And one of the star men for Canada with a volley so sweet to make it 2-0. And then after another great ball into the box, Kyle Laring, he almost just shoved Alawi aside. Too big, too strong. Great header on goal. It was a great save by Bernardo. I don't want to take it away because, especially watching on the replays, the power that Laring got behind it. The goalie's almost pouring it off the line, getting his big mitts on it. Unfortunately, you just want to, if anything, not get your mitts on it. You want to just punch it wide, get it wide, put it out for a corner, we'll reset. Fortunately, put it right back into the 6-yard box. Pedro Miguel couldn't deal with it. Jonathan David stretching his right leg out and with his studs, stretching with everything he's got, poked it home on the line Canada 3, Qatar 0 at half-time. That goal was in stoppage time. Coming out from the break, unfortunately, Qatar went into the second half down to 10 after a ball over the top looking for Buchanan. Was given as a penalty originally, a yellow card for Alamin. VAR intervened, overturned it from a free into a free kick from a penalty, and also overturned that yellow card to a red card due to a last man foul. So second half begun 3-0 to Canada, and the Maroons backs against the wall, and less than 10 minutes in, a terrible tackle from Modibo, especially looking back at the time. I just thought he caught him a little bit off the cuff, if you will. He was given a yellow card and VAR overturned it to a red card. And then the man who came on for him in Nathan Saliba for Coney after that serious lower leg injury scored from a free kick just after the hour mark to make it 4-0. So we're just about to get underway. 72 minutes into this clash in Group B from the Vancouver Stadium. Warm welcome, it's been a great watch. Hopefully you've joined along for the ride. Canada 4, Qatar 0, Qatar down to 9 men. Made a few substitutions along the way. I do believe they've made 4 out of 5. So we'll have to wait and see how that does play out. Maybe Qatar just, I think if you promise them they won't concede for the rest of the game, they'd take that. Back from the hydration break, there has been a double substitution, it has to be said, from Jesse March. Off goes a defender, Falgarolas. On comes Schaffelberg. Might be a shuffle at the back there. And Ahmed, who's been spectacular on the left-hand side. Oluwasi is coming on for him. So double change there. Still got 1 to go. For Jesse March, you couldn't have asked for more, really, could you? It's been superb. I'm sure that as well, Kyle Larin would love to add to his tally. I'm sure that Jonathan David would love to become the first ever Canadian to get a hat-trick at this tournament. And as I say, due to that 4-goal buffer, they are atop on Group B on goal difference. They've got another corner as well after a cross came in from the left-hand side, was blocked away by Al Awit. There will be an in-swinger from the skipper, Stefan Estakio. Ball into the box, nodded away as far as Buchanan on the right-hand side. His teammate as well, Oluwase, is on, of course. Switches it back to the left-hand side, and the ball is floated into the back sticks. First touch there from Davey, trying to bring it down and either go for the strike or put it back across face of goal. Heavy touch, trickles out of play for a goal kick. Of course, I said about the support for Canada. Of course, it's been excellent as well, I have to say, from all the visiting Qatar supporters. You've seen a few there with flags, saw them pre-game with smiles on their faces. They have been excellent. That's Canada. Again, Qatar have had absolutely nothing to give in this second half. Saliba, edge of the area for him, might unleash a strike. Instead switches it out to the right to Schaffelberg. Buchanan on the right. So the overlapping run of Schaffelberg plays it to him. Ball fizzed across the face of goal. Played only as far as Buchanan. Still has the ball, twisting, turning, goes for a strike. Blocked away, getting there on a strike, and it's cleared into the back of his own net. It's an own goal from Al Manani. Schaffelberg with the strike, he tries to clear it, he slices it into the back of his own net, and Qatar cannot catch a break in this game. Canada have not let them breathe for anything in this second half. Al Manai with the own goal. Buchanan had that strike off his left boot, it was deflected up into the air. Schaffelberg just going to get a strike at goal. I don't know if it's going on goal. We'll watch the replay back. Great play from Buchanan, he's been fantastic. Schaffelberg's effort looks like it might be going in. See it from behind. Oh no, I think it's going wide and trying to clear it. We've all been there. The ball bobbles as soon as Al-Manai is trying to clear it. And he just gets underneath it, if you will, gets it all wrong, slices it in the back of his own net. And Canada lead 5-0 against Qatar. Well, I would say it's their biggest ever win at this tournament, but it's their first ever win at this tournament as well. Can they even make it more, as once again they're coming forward? David out to the right side to Johnston. Ball into the box. Not a great one. And out of play for a goal kick for Canada. So we'll be joining some of the biggest ever wins by a host nation. Five goals to 0. It's coming forward. Once again, it's been relentless from Canada. Sure, they want a 6 and a 7 to go with what has been happening this afternoon at the Vancouver Stadium. Smiles on all the faces of the fans in attendance. Bombito swings one into the back post for Schaffelberg. He lets it run and can't get on the end of it, but he will keep it in play. Couldn't get on the end of it for a strike. Laye. Strike comes in, that's blocked away again. That goes out for a corner. But again, blocked away. But that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Just over 10 minutes to go. Canada 5, Qatar 0. A statement-making performance from Canada. With goals, a brace from David, Larin and Saliba, and then an own goal from Al Manria. As this corner, it's an in-swing into the front post. Keeper comes to claim it. That's a really good punch away as well. Not as far as Schaffelberg, who keeps his attack alive. Saliba. Schaffelberg keeping the width out to him. Can he find a ball into the box? He puts the ball in, but it's blocked at source by Al Awit. So another corner coming up for Canada. Taken quickly, Schaffelberg. Ball into the box. Keeper makes a meal of it by putting it over the bar. We're taking that quickly that the broadcasters were called off there. Showing a replay, and as soon as it came back to live pictures, the goalkeeper's trying to deal with a cross. There'll be another corner. And as I say, they're really racking up so far. It'll be the 13th. Will it be lucky for Canada? Ball into the box. It's going to be cleared away by the man who unfortunately put it in the back of his own net, Al-Manai. Boots it all the way to the halfway line of the goalkeeper. Crepe will come out, trying to, have a touch of the ball. Back on the attack once again, Canada. Cleared away, 14th corner coming up here. Qatar just trying to make sure, right, as long as it's not in the back of our net and in our 6-yard box, we're quite happy. Cleared away, have your corners, have your free kicks. Be another in-swinger from Eustaquio, the man with the armband. He's been fantastic again. No one's probably had a... The goalkeeper might get the lowest rating because he's done absolutely nothing, because he hasn't been given anything. As Maxime Crepe. In-swinger coming in to beat the first man. Schaffelberg outside the area, goes for a strike-out goal, gets it wide of the target, but it's one of them where he's almost put it as a shot come cross, because Larin was so close to just getting on the end of it and putting it in the back of the net. What a strike that would have been. 80 minutes on the clock. Party atmosphere in the Vancouver Stadium. Looks to be an almost sellout for Canada's second game in Group B, and my words, they'd be happy they were there to say we witnessed Canada's first ever win in this tournament. It wasn't a 1-0 fluky win, it wasn't this and that. It's one of the best performances by a host nation in this competition's history. Saliba. Bombito out to Johnston on the right hand side, keeping the width as well as Buchanan. Schaffelberg, again the two-man advantage here is paying, as you would expect, dividends for Canada. Bombito fizzes one into Johnston, into the box it goes, cleared away on as far as a throwing high and wide on the right hand side. Alphonso Davies, I'm sure the ever popular Bayern man, could he get some minutes on the field? Johnston right hand side, a low driven cross into the box is cleared away. And as far as a Bombito, he's basically the only centre back. Schaffelberg's playing on the left hand side, he's on the ball now. Ball into the box, into the back post. Keeper comes to claim, punches it away. It's not a great one. Ball back into the box, looking for Larin just over his head. Schaffelberg gets there, but gets underneath it and sends his strike high into the Vancouver Stadium, even the second level of this fantastic venue. As Abonada has gone down once again, holding his left thigh. It looks like, I don't know if he's maybe taken a knock off of Schaffelberg or his teammate after maybe a collision there. I'm not too sure. 82 minutes on the clock, less than 10 of the 90 to go. I don't know if it was possibly as well when it came to get the first cross. I don't know if he's maybe pulled something there. I'm not too sure what he has done. Might have just taken a bit of a knock as he hit the ground. I'm not too sure, as I say. But now you have to say, for I know we've got a lot. With any stoppage time minutes, might be looking at an extra 15 minutes of this game to go. All eyes will go to the final group game where Canada will face Switzerland at this venue, the Vancouver Stadium. It will be on a Wednesday afternoon. Whereas Qatar, they will be playing Bosnia at the same time, of course. It'll be an 8 PM kickoff for myself, local time a lot earlier. That will be at the Seattle Stadium. So for Qatar, they've got to travel back to the United States. As substitute here for Canada, Buchanan is off and Saiger is on. Well-deserved rest for Buchanan. Ahmed came off earlier, the left midfielder, and Buchanan is off now, but both of them well rested, hopefully for the next game. Jesse Marsh will be wanting, so Buchanan would have loved the goal as well to go with his performance. We are back underway, and guess who have the ball? Canada in the final third. Ball swung out to Schaffelberg on the left hand side. Saliba, edge of the area, David Laryea. So many bodies in the way. David goes for a strike goal. Will it fall for Larin? Takes a touch. Still in the penalty area. Strike comes in. It's a melee in the box. Qatar will just about deal with it. Again, it's only just outside their own penalty area. It's cleared away to Laryea. Larin. The left back's been excellent again. Ball pokes forward. Too much on it. And into the feet of the goalie. With just over 5 minutes of the 90 to go. If you said to Jesse Marsh and his players and the fans pre-game, what's the result going to be, what's the best case scenario, I don't think they'd have said a 5-0 victory. 5-0 dominating victory. I know there's not many 5-0s that are undeserved, but it's been a fantastic game for Canada. Now it's about building a bit of momentum. You'd have to say, especially because it's Qatar and Bosnia playing each other. They have basically confirmed into the knockout rounds, even if they were to lose against Switzerland in the final game here at the Vancouver Stadium in less than a week's time. Because Qatar and Bosnia are on a point, both can't get free. Of course, maybe one could win, and Canada, play devil's advocate, Canada don't win, and Switzerland, they could get third, but this is basically after that point against Bosnia in the opening Group B game. This basically confirms if they're keeping their tournament alive. Now, whether it's top 2 or third, I'm not quite sure, but looks like they will be continuing in this tournament. And if they play like this, Qatar have been underwhelming, and of course have been down to 10 men and down to 9 men now, so they will face bigger and some more daunting tasks. But if they play like this, they'll be one of the sides to watch for sure. They've really entertained me this afternoon. Saliba ball into the box, deflected away, and again, as I said, the corners are mounting up. Probably to keep this up will approach 20 by the back end of the game. Substitute going to be made here for Qatar, and if I'm right, one of the players who came on was on a yellow card, Amir Fafi. He's going to be coming off the pitch, he is. And coming on for him is Lucas Mendes. You don't see that too often, do you? It's always what a commentator does say when a substitute is substituted. He's on a yellow card though, so possibly that's why they don't want to go down to 8 men. Corner is swung into the front post. It's headed into the danger area. Larin's in there. Bombito nods it back to the left-hand side to keep the attack alive. Bombito makes a lovely underlapping run. He's found but can't come away with the ball. And just a pull of the shirt there on Al Awit. And the referee pulls it back for a free kick for Qatar. Just over 2.5 minutes to go to hit the 90th minute mark. I know the referees have their due diligences to certain stoppage time minutes, and you have to play this, you have to play that, but I'm sure if you offered Qatar 90 minutes full time, they would be quite happy with that as well. Free kick is taken for the first time. Qatar have the ball in the Canadian half, and then Canada press them and win the ball. They've been excellent with their press, the intensity being there. They've got the crowd behind them, of course. I'll have them behind them against the Swiss. That should be a great atmosphere, as if this hasn't been great. I'm sure they'll take all the confidence with them into that battle in a few days at time. Right hand side, Sigur, the substitute, cuts back inside on his left boot. Johnston, ball swung into the box, just a bit too much height on it there, and the goalkeeper comes out to claim Olu Wasei. Substitute who came on hasn't really had an impact, unfortunately. Qatar with that long ball forward. Mendes almost playing on the left hand side. I say this because I could not tell you what formation Qatar are playing, bar they've got almost a back 7. Once again Canada, well, there's a bit of space here. David out to the right side to Johnston. He'll swing a ball into the box, too much on it for Larin. Schaffelberg though will keep it alive. On the left hand side, Saliba, nice ball into David. Can he find a ball into the box? It's cleared away, good tackle there out of the back from Pedro Miguel. It will be another corner for Canada, as they approaching that 20 corner mark. Taken quickly to the edge of the area. Laiea thought he might go for a strike at goal. He holds it up. Sigur will go for a strike, blocked away. Schaffelberg into the feet of David. Floats one into the box. Thought he might go for a strike there. He's a striker and a hat trick. Fighting for a header. Qatar clear it away, but there's a foul as Larin and Kalki both went up for the header there, and the referee, the Chilean Christian Garay, gives us away of Qatar. Just about on the penalty spot is a free kick, if you will. And you can just see now there's just a short pause in play before the free kick's taken. The pictures of the fans, smiles on their faces. They will enjoy the rest of their Thursday afternoon and going into the evening in Vancouver. Out to the right hand side for Qatar. It's held up well, but just too many players there for Canada, too intense. But there actually will be a foul, and there will be a free kick later. That's being fouled, and there will be 9 minutes of stoppage time, which I can understand completely in terms of how this game's gone. There's been the 2 goals. It's been an unfortunate injury for Kone. We've had the hydration break, but Qatar are down 5-0. You could play another 90 minutes, and I don't think that Qatar would score with 9 men. Ball into the box with the free kick, goes all the way through the box. Out for a goal kick, and Crepe has the opportunity to just pass it out, and he's almost driving forward with his teammates. I don't think the goalkeeping kit will have to be changed. Sure, he might just keep that on until the next game. No diving needed. Saliba cuts inside, keeps going, it's blocked. David is there, and it's a hat-trick for Canada's number 10. It was a 5-star performance at 5-0. 6-0 to Qatar. 6 goals put past them. Jonathan David with half of them. Hat-trick for him. The first Canadian to score a hat-trick in this competition. Coming into this game, as I said many a times, Canada yet to win in this competition. It's only their 3rd attempt. They played in Mexico 1986. They were at the last World Cup. Didn't even pick up a point in those 2 tournaments, and now they picked up 4 in 6. The strike comes in from Saliba. Watching the replay back, David is the one who blocks it. He's well onside. The block turns into a lovely first touch. Turns and on the swivel hits it on his weaker left boot. The goalkeeper is stranded at seas, and I said, well, 9 minutes is a lot too hard. I'm sure Jonathan David said, no, that gave me minutes to go and get a hat-trick. And to really put Qatar in their place and make a statement of Canada. It is Canada 6, Qatar 0. Statement making as it comes from the Canucks. And just Canada, they've been so impressive. David's been great with Larin. David with a hat-trick now. He's been superb. Here come Canada down the right-hand side. Ball into the box, cleared away. As far as Bombito. Switched out to Schaffelberg on the left. Could be a 7 for you. Saliba, heavy touch ball back into the box. Goalkeeper comes and claims confidently that time. And we've hit 3 minutes of the 9, a third of the way through of stoppage time. If anything, Saliba might say that wasn't a shot, that was a fizzed pass into the feet of Jonathan David. It was a great first touch from the Canadian forward. And Canada have put 6 past Qatar here. And still coming forward looking for more. Bombito out to Sigur on the right hand side, ball into the box. Again blocked away. Back to Sigur quickly. Johnston. Bombito. It's inside, plays it to Laia. He's almost being centre back, if you will. Schaffelberg puts one into a dangerous area, but the goalkeeper reads that well. Deals with the danger, comes out, grabs the ball. He's saying to his teammates, get up the field, you know where this one's going. Jesse Marsh, what a performance, rubber stamps. Him as Canada's boss, 52-year-old. It's his 34th game, he'll pick up his 16th win. Beto. 40 yards out into Johnston, overlapping run from Sigur. Fakes it back to Johnston, ball into the box. Larin going up for a header. Cleared away, but only as far as Sigur. Beto. Back to Sigur, fizzes one into the box. That was a lovely delivery, wicked power pace on that one. Another corner coming up for Canada. Take the corner quickly. Defended well though by Qatar, but it only goes out for another corner. Edge of the area. Laie floats one into the back, sticks Larin's there, can't get on the end of it unfortunately. And Larin does well to win the ball, but then well defended by Pedro Miguel to get his body back in the way and went for a course to his own corner. I do believe that will have been the 18th corner of the game. Looking at stats, Jonathan David, 8 shots, 5 on target, 3 goals. He's been the main man this afternoon. Larin, of course, got us underway, but the goals that he provided, the strike, the first one on the volley, a peach of a strike. The second one tapping, that's just instinctual. As a number 9, you'd have to say, more than anything. And that last one again, right place, right time. Unfortunately got in the way of his teammate Saliba's strike, but meant a good first touch and an easy finish to grab his hat-trick. History-making afternoon for Jesse March's Canada. Won't even surprise me if we played 6 of the 9 minutes. Just over 2.5 to go. Won't surprise me if they push for the 7th. Sticky up to Schaffelberg on the left. Ball into the front post, keeper comes, claims it, deals with it, and will hold on to it for as long as he can, I would assume. Jesse March at the moment, no smile on his face. Can imagine he's thinking, let's get to full time. As well, of course, you saw the smile on his face after they won the penalty that was overturned in the first half, so you know. Puts his heart on his sleeve, does the former Leipzig, Salzburg and Leeds United boss. As now Eustakio comes forward. Up to Johnston, the fullback's been fantastic this afternoon. 1-2 back to Johnston, ball into the box, just over the head of a Larin, and it goes out of play for a throw-in. Oh, will Larin get there first? Oh, he gets there first. Great play. But it will be a free kick against Olu Waseye. Too physical as him and Larin. He thought they won the ball with his forward. Olu Waseye just a little bit too physical, taking down his man. So watch the goal back for David as he grabbed his hat-trick, looking at that VAR. Tech, if you will, well onside. It's just one of them that after, sometimes you see that strike and you see the touch and you go, how is he onside? It just always looks very difficult. It's a great finish as well, watching it back to. He doesn't mean to take the touch, but almost, you see the ball come to you, take the touch. It's that turn, that swivel, and he hits it sweetly with his left peg. And that rounds off the best afternoons, if not the best afternoon, in Canadian football, soccer history, whatever you would like to call it. 30 seconds left of the 9 minutes of stoppage time. I'm kind of gonna go for a 7th down the left-hand side. Ball fizzed back into the penalty area. Half-hearted shouts for a penalty there. It's cleared away by Qatar. All eyes on the referee as Crepe is about halfway into the Qatar half. I thought he was going to go for a shot and continue to keep going there. Bombito, I'm sure he'll be happy with a clean sheet as well. Larin into his feet, it's cleared away by Pedro Miguel. 9 minutes on the clock. There will be a corner. I believe that might even be the 20th, definitely the 19th. Might be a 20th corner there for Canada. They take it short and quickly. Probably the last attack of the half. Johnston, ball into the box, header into the back, sticks. David tries to get on the end of it, he can't, just gets a touch and it trickles out of play for a Qatar goal kick. And you'd like to think that is the end of this clash. It is. Referee Christian Garay, the Chilean, blows for full time. Julian Lopetegui and Jesse March sharing some words, maybe encouragement, experience, especially from Lopetegui. What an afternoon for Canada. A hat-trick from Jonathan David. Goals along the way as well from substitute Saliba. Kyle Larin got the scoring open in the 17th minute. An unfortunate own goal from Al Manai. Comfortable,
bite,
comfortable.
and a juicy
6-0
slurp.
win for
A
Canada.
combination as old
Their
as time.
first ever win
New
in this
toasted
tournament.
snack rolls at Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
Played
Eat
2
some
other
good.
times in this competition. Played 3 group games apiece, so 6 altogether, 0 wins. Their 8th game in this tournament, they picked up all 3 points in superb style. The only downer on this afternoon is the serious lower leg injury for Ismail Kone. Best wishes out for him. I'm sure Qatar will be doing everything they can in the rest of this tournament to do it for him and do it for the country. But the other co-hosts got all 3 points in their opening games by Mexico and USA. It took the second game for Canada to do theirs and pick up all 3 points, but what an impressive 3 points it was. Full time from the Vancouver Stadium and almost guaranteeing their passage into the knockout rounds. Canada have demolished Qatar. Full time, Canada 6, Qatar 0.
Shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Thank you for listening to FootMob's audio commentary. Be sure to check out player ratings, shot maps and more in-depth info on the match page. Remember to check out FootMob's social channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok.